Welcome everyone to the third day of the 2021 Capital and Operating Budget Program Reviews. Today we're going to be going through a number of divisions and agencies. Again, in the same format we had in the first 2 days, we're going to be having a service group presentation from Corporate Services, who will do an overall presentation. We'll do questions of that, and then we'll get into the individual divisions. They are 311, Corporate Real Estate, Environment and Energy, Fleet Services, Office of the Chief Information Security Officer, Technology Services. Then after that, we will be having, there are no presentations after that, but there will be questions on a number of agencies and more divisions. So Create TO, there'll be no presentations and questions. Finance and Treasury, which is the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, and Office of the Controller. There will be questions, no presentation. And then we'll be finishing off the day with questions of the City Manager's Office, Legal Services, City Clerks, City Council, and Office of the Mayor. So that's the rundown. What we will also be doing, we will be moving and voting on briefing note requests. We do it every year at the end of this. All of these presentations. What we will be doing, and again, in years past, we'll be taking a recess for 90 minutes. Again, I'm working with the clerks to ensure that they have the right amount of time to be able to process and organize all of the briefing note requests. There's upwards, 30 or 40, I forget how many are coming in, but they will need some time to manage all that. So I'm going to have the clerks, as we move through the morning, will indicate how much time they may need once we recess. But we have done, I'm going to, just to make all members aware that we will be at this point recessing for 90 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll be voting on everything. And again, clerks will clarify to me whether or not they need 90 minutes more or less, but we're just going to wait and see how much comes in. So again, on that, if are there any other briefing note requests we have received? Thank you, Councillor Layton. We got some in, and Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Perks, I think there was, somebody's working on one of your motions. I believe that you...
What I've been doing, Mr. Chair, is passing along briefing note requests to Councillor Layton to handle on my behalf. We did send this morning the note that Ms. Taylor was preparing for me along to Councillor Layton. So thank you, Ms. Taylor, for that.
Okay, so anyway, if anyone has any other briefing note requests, please get them into clerks ASAP again, and a lot of that is because there's a number of organizational things that have to happen in formatting and all that, but if you can get them in, the quicker they come in, and if there's nothing else, that's great, but the quicker they come in, the quicker that we'll be able to manage this and get out this afternoon. So, any questions on that at all? Very similar to other years, so. Okay, why don't we begin? We're going to have a service group presentation on corporate services, and we will welcome, and we will be Josie, and we'll begin the presentation whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I am ready. So good morning, Chair, committee members, and visiting councillors and city staff. I also would like to thank and acknowledge the work of the Corporate Services team, as well as the Financial Planning Division, in supporting our submission and all the work to date on our budget. If we go to the next page on outcomes, what you'll see here, is, and you saw this for the other DCMs, is basically Corporate Services is a key enabler for the strategic outcomes and the corporate outcomes that I've outlined here. We are driving efficient and effective operations with always a lens around equity and climate. If we go to the next page, here it depicts the key divisions within corporate services, which I won't go through each one of them, but I think the important part here is that these organizations are clear requirements around managing the actual demands that are coming day to day, as well as some of the key priorities. What also corporate services takes an actual carriage of too is some citywide programs related to real estate, which is around workplace modernization, customer services, really around the overall customer service experience that we want to provide our customers, like residents, businesses, as well as visitors, as well as we're looking at the centralization of fleet, cyber, and technology, based on also the direction that came from council a couple of years ago. we go to the next page, it would be very important to talk about some of the tremendous efforts that have occurred throughout the COVID response, as well as the recovery efforts of this team, as well as some amazing work that's been done across the whole organization. Some of the key roles that corporate services actually played was basically keeping staff and residents connected, safe, as well as informed. Some examples below: technology and I'll talk about technology right now. So technology stood up about 10,000 remote users within matters of weeks. We usually stand up about 1,000 on a regular day, and we were able to go up to 10,000. We also set up a chatbot for the public, and that was the use of actually supporting the requirements to do with public health needs, and that was related to requirements for public health, MLS, as well as requirements from economic development questions that came from the public. We implemented a threat monitoring and threat intelligence system for cyber threats because of the need to do that pretty quickly, especially with the digitization that was going on, that was occurring. We also, with technology, partnered with stakeholders to provide free internet access to 25 tower neighborhoods. We also provided to shelters, as well as long-term care, as well as recreation centers. From a shelter and housing perspective, we secured over 20 sites to support shelter needs. And we also accelerated with our project management team, the modular housing, and working with Cratio and the Secretariat, the Housing Secretariat. From a city operations perspective, we had to keep our facilities clean and safe based on public health guidelines, and our CREM organization spent quite a bit of time doing that and bringing different protocols to the forefront. And we also supported the redeployment that was required to support the frontline services, the essential services, to redeploying the staff of ours, whether they're from environment and energy or from the technology organization. And then from a 301 perspective, we actually trained over 200 staff to basically support the calls that were coming in due to COVID. And we also redeployed, we actually also had a setup of actually call center agents at home and managing the calls that were coming in. At one point, we're at 80% of our agents at home taking the calls for COVID. And that actually, not only for COVID was a good, but it's also very good for business continuity as we move forward as an organization. If we go to the next page, the key priorities for 21, and they link right back to the actual strategies that we talked about from an outcome base. So for modernizing government, and this actually, we're actually accelerating based on the pandemic, and the pandemic for us became a catalyst for acceleration. One is digitizing services. Two is modernizing the workplace. Three is actually looking at the digital equity issues and looking at digital divide, using some of our assets to support the community, especially the underserved communities. Three is actually the centralization of corporate functions to make sure that we can standardize and get the greatest value out of our corporate functions. From a climate perspective, implementing Transform TO is really critical, and we know that we had to pause in certain areas, especially with our division with EED, based on the needs that came from COVID. And we also obviously need to get to a net zero by 2050. From an asset lifecycle management perspective, we need safe, compliant, and accessible assets from a city perspective. We also need to make sure we optimize our assets as best as they can for the greatest value and unlock as much as we can for the public good, like real estate, like our broadband assets we have. And then on the resilience perspective, we need to make our city facilities resilient. We definitely need to strengthen our technology infrastructure on a regular basis, especially with the demand that we have now. And then we need to also build our cyber practices with the digital world that we're in. It becomes more critical for risk management. And then the coordination of the resilience plan that we saw a year or so ago need to actually continue down that path and work with all the divisions across the organization. When we look at the key risks and challenges of COVID-19 on some of our 21 priorities, what we'll need to do, and there's unpredictability. We know the pandemic, it is unpredictable, but we need to be flexible, and we need to be able to adapt as quickly as possible in 21. So balancing resources based on demand will be important for us. So we need to be able to pivot. The increased technology demand to support remote working will be important because we need to pivot as required based on those demands. We also need to manage the cyber threats. We know with the digitization and with more people working remote and more people using the digital world, we need to be able to have the right technology and support mechanisms for that from a cyber perspective. And last thing, we also, from a centralization of services, it's really important. We have to balance the work that I just talked about earlier. We need to make sure as an organization, we're able to do some of the work that we're referring to here on the centralization based on the COVID response. Overall, some other key risks and challenges. Modernization of government. Getting an ecosystem and stakeholder relationships is very important. We can't do it alone, so partnerships are going to be critical here. The organizational readiness to be able to do the changes that we're referring to are extremely important. So we have to be able to balance the demands that are coming through the organization. The climate action, we need to reach 2050. We know that, the goal net zero. We need to look at adoption of low carbon technologies as well as the fuel substitution. And we need to make sure we transform behaviors and influence other levels of government and supporting our communities. From an asset lifecycle management, balance the needs and realizing the values as we're optimizing our assets are really going to be important here. And modernizing our technology environment as we're still running the business from an operations perspective will be really critical as we go through 21. From a resilience perspective, we need to definitely support the investment of our of assets, incorporating resiliency in our assets, our facilities in particular. And we need to, as we increase the pace of the digital world, we need to make sure that we're able to detect and respond to any cyber attacks that are coming through. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on our priority actions in particular. The pandemic has provided this opportunity for us for sure, and we need to reset and accelerate some of the priorities. So if I look at the priority actions around COVID-19, accelerating the workplace modernization for mobile work, virtual council, the rollout of Office 365, which is another tool to support the workplace modernization, will be important. The other one is digital transformation. We need to accelerate the digitization of services to meet the demands that we get told by the public that they're looking for. Things like C2K, which is the development processing that we're talking about, as well as looking at other requirements to do unlocking our fiber that we have. We have a report going to council in the next week or so to unlock some of the values that we have around fiber to support the digital internet requirements for the public. The cyber control and processes, that will be very important. We need to enhance that, considering the digital world I spoke about before. We also need to support the shelter and housing requirements still here. There are still needs for that. We need to make sure that we were supporting the modular and the rapid housing requirements through the Secretariat in CREO. As well as business continuity, we have support critical services. We need to make sure that we meet the public health guidelines, and whether it's real estate or 301 to support the needs that continuously occur through COVID. If we go to the next page on the priority actions, in particular around modernizing government, it's quite clear that we need to centralize our corporate services functions citywide to be able to create the greatest value and to standardize how we do things, which I talked about earlier. The Workplace Modernization Program, which Council reviewed in the last month or so, its next 5 to 6 years, we have a lot to do with unlocking 55 buildings of office to be able to go down to 15 buildings within the next 5 to 6 years. So we need to work on that program. We also need to basically streamline and standardize our operating model to deliver customer service, make it more of a unified approach citywide, and be able to make it simple and easy for customers, the public, to access our services. We also need to integrate our experience for a residential individual that comes in to the organization to be able to do things more easily than what they have to do today, as well as our platforms and more the integration of our platforms with the technology group and making sure that it's easy, simple, as well as making it very cost effective too as we do this. From a client action perspective, it's pretty clear. Transform TO, plan, accelerate, get it to net zero, and make sure our report goes to council in Q3 of 2021. From an asset lifecycle management, we need to optimize and modernize our assets, and we look at fleet, real estate, and technology. We need to continue with the fire and life safety program. We have made some really, really good improvements in that program. We need to continue working through that and working across the agencies and corporations. And from a resilience perspective, we need to mitigate risks. We need to make sure we invest in technology. We need to make sure that we have an energy management plan and that we also have a cyber practice investment. If we go to the next page, which is around the operating budget, the key thing on this particular page is we have a 9% increase between the 20 projection to the 21. Basically, the key area of investment, 80% of that is related to cyber. And then there's some technology investments also. If we go to the next slide. The operating budget here, what it basically says here is that 86% of our gross expenditures are related to corporate real estate, technology, as well as fleet, which are the divisions that hold the greatest assets too from an organizational perspective in corporate services. The next page, please. Where the money comes from. So funding of our programs come from three key areas. I'll just talk a little bit. The property taxes, you can see here, 62%. From the other revenue side, most of it is interdepartmental between the groups, interdivisional, and they're related to fleet CREM as well as technology and 311. And from a user fees perspective, we're dealing with leasing revenue that CREM manages. Where the money goes, pretty much you'll see here just over 50% is from salaries and benefits. And then from a materials and supplies perspective, about half of that is related to utilities. And then when you go to service and rent, about 130 million is to do with external contracts related to custodial security, hardware, software, rent vehicles, as well as professional services to do with our master services agreement with cyber and a few others. We go to the next page. What you'll see here is, and I just want to, some of the points at the bottom of the page, it really reflects the commitment that we have around modernizing government. So digital transformation as well as the office modernization. Second thing is we have about $5.8 million related to the COVID pressures that we need to continue, especially around the enhanced cleaning and sustaining the technology support that we need for remote working. And then you also see here is we've had to manage and reprioritize resources to preserve existing services based on public health guidelines. And we also need to continue to invest into cyber in a greater extent than we have in the past. And that, again, was an AG requirement that came through. If we go to the next page, where are the enhanced services or enhanced investments here? The cyber investment is specifically, we're in our second year. We actually need to continue pushing that along and actually make further investments in the future. And you'll hear more about that from our CISO as we go through the groups. From a technology services modernization, about 1.7 million of that is related to segmentation of our network, which is really around an AG request that came through a couple of years ago to make sure that we're segmenting and we're basically securing our asset well. And then new community investment, it was related to a community center. If we go to the next page. On the capital side, where does the money come from? Basically, on the capital side, debt, you'll see 47%. And then you look at the reserves. The reserves are basically for fleet, technology, and CREM. When you look at recoverable debt, you're dealing basically with office modernization as well as a lot of the energy, environment energy work that we have to do. Where the money goes, what you'll see here is on the corporate real estate side. Basically, we have some key major projects right now, and I'll just talk about a few of them. The office modernization is one of them. State of good repair, obviously critical, but AODA is a part of that plan, as well as the St. Lawrence market. The environment energy, basically that is the TCH retrofits, as well as financing we have for buildings. And then when you get to the fleet sides, all vehicle replacement, and the technology side is definitely around life cycle management, as well as some of the investments we're making around some of the further technology that we have around the organization. Next page, please. This is the 10-year plan. Obviously, you'll see some of the key areas of our investment. If you think about it, these are tied right back to our outcomes that I talked about earlier. Some of the key areas of focus on the life cycle management is strictly around the corporate real estate side, fleet, and technology around our investments around state of good repair, as well as some of the elements around life cycle management. When you're dealing with the strategic real estate development side, we have some key projects there. Some of these projects will come back to council for further investment. We have elements of investments in there for some of the work that's done on some of the initial needs that we have. And then on the tools and technology side, you'll see investments that are required for customer experience, as well as the cyber side too. And then climate action, the bulk of that investment is related to EED, environment and energy, which Jim, I'm sure, will talk to. And then on the resilience side, it's definitely based on a lot of our buildings and trying to make sure that we have the proper systems and tools necessary. The next page, please. What you see here right now is actually where the funding is for the 10-year plan. And I'm just going to hit some high points here. On the reserves, what you'll see here is the bulk of that is related to fleet vehicle and technology sustainment. The recoverable debt is related to the real estate on the office modernization side, and then also the EED plan is in there too. From a provincial perspective, the bulk of half of that is related to the paramedics and some of the work that we're doing where the province actually supports us 50% on with the folks in paramedics. The next page, please. So some of our capital constraints are definitely residing, most of this in the real estate side, as you can see. Now, I do want to make sure that we're clear. We are working with Crateo on the overall asset plan, strategic plan. We as an organization have worked with Crateo. Crateo has brought this to the board and to council. We have 11 asset types we're working on. Crateo has brought one asset type of office to council for approval, and that's why we're moving forward on the office modernization through this council, through this budget submission. But we also are looking at all the other asset types. But in the meantime, we do have some projects that we're working on. The Etobicoke Civic Center, as well as when you look at the strategic real estate assets, we will be coming back to council on Old City Hall and Wellington Incinerator, and the St. Lawrence Market. We do have investments to do some of the work, especially on Old City Hall that was approved. And then we look at our backlog. One of the things that we are doing with Crateo, which is really important as we look at the backlog, we want to make sure that the investments that we're making into the backlog are related to where we believe that the best investment will make as we start looking at all our assets and where we need to make the investment or whether we need to hold back and look at a different opportunity for the actual property that we're looking at to unlock for other city building purposes and try to make sure that we streamline as much as possible for public good too. And then the last part is the technology digital accelerations. That is an element that we'll continue to bring back to council as we move forward with the digitization. So if I go to the last page, which is a big thank you to all of you for the time and a big thank you to the teams for all their support. So I'll turn it back to you, Chair. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josie, for the presentation, all the work that you've been doing over the last year. Are there any questions on the overall presentation? If not, we can get right into questions on the individual divisions. Okay, so why don't we'll just work our way through the different divisions. We'll begin with 311 Toronto. Are there questions of 311 Toronto? Okay, corporate real estate management. Questions? Councillor Perks, outside councillor.
Thank you. In the TOR report that came to council in December, the city manager made commitments on a number of different action items. Action item 55 stated that in the 2021 budget, there would be a lens applied to all of our work about meeting our climate change goals. As many city reports have shown us in the past, energy use in buildings is a key, one of the 2 or 3 main drivers of our current emissions. I've reviewed the documents for your division, and I can see an application of a climate lens in your briefing notes or anywhere else. Is there somewhere I'm missing where this should be applied?
So, through the chair, Councillor Perks, it's Pat from Corporate Real Estate.
Hi, Pat.
For the past 8 we've actually been working on an energy management plan. We're just in the midst of it.
Pat, I believe we're having some technical difficulties. I don't know if you can hear us.
Each of the finalizing background noise. Sorry. So we actually are going to launch that plan division-wide in the next 2 to 3 weeks, which actually lays out a plan on how each of the divisions are to apply the climate resiliency transform TO operationalizing into their capital plans. So everyone division-wide is focusing on their contribution to reducing GHGs and to ensure we can meet our targets. So it's actually an operationalizing plan. So that'll be coming in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I find myself at a bit of a loss. While I appreciate the answer I was just given, at the December council meeting, we got a report on the Toronto Office of Renewal and Recovery, and it listed the action items coming out of that. And action item 55, which is in the appendix on page 4, specifically stated that when we received the 2021 budget, that there would be a climate lens applied to the work done by divisions. And while I appreciate that there's something forthcoming in the future, I want to know how this document, which was voted on by council, approved by council, is reflected in these budgets that we're looking at today. So
if I can speak, specifically to our budget, Councillor Perks. So in the, we've committed 61 million currently to building resiliency. If you turn to page 16 of our budget notes, we've also included in our aging infrastructure, there's about another 20 to 30% of that 700 million that's focused on climate and building resiliency as well. So I know we've taken that action.
I understand.
In terms of what was written in the TOR report.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I asked a specific question. I can find the place in your budget and all the other budgets where the equity lens is applied. What I cannot find in your budget or in transportation or solid waste or any of the other budgets that are in front of us is the place that says, here's the application of the climate lens in the 2021 budget as was committed to council in December of last year. I can't find that section in any budget.
Through the chair, it's Marco Cuoco from Corporate Real Estate. I also support the EED program, and I know we've been working with our corporate finance partners through the budget process to identify projects that, not to identify projects, but to apply a climate lens or identify projects where a climate lens could be applied. So that was done through the capital program in particular. This is the first year in which we are doing it. So a list was compiled of projects that a climate lens was applied or identified, or a component of climate lens was identified within those projects. So we do have a list, and we can work with our corporate finance partners to ensure that that gets flushed out.
Mr. Chair, I'm in your hands.
Council, yeah, I recognize.
I don't see it.
No, I do recognize the dilemma that you're having. I'm just wondering I don't know if the city manager or the CFO or somebody may be able to answer the question from the council. If not, I will endeavor to get that answer from the city manager, councillor, on that. So it's a bigger issue than just this one particular division. I understand that. I'm just wondering if the city manager or somebody from his office can comment on. Oh, the city manager is actually there, so go ahead.
Sure. Through the chair, I understand your question very clearly, councillor, and we're going to have to go back and consolidate it and provide it to you before you deliberate on the budget, in council. So we will, if that's direction that we can be given, whether we need to be given or not, I understand the importance of your comment, and we can certainly pull that together.
Mr. Chair, can I take that as read? Or do I have to ask a member of committee to move something?
I would ask maybe if Councillor Layton, it sounds as if it's going to be happening anyway, just to make sure that it's on the record, that if you could maybe ask Councillor Layton or myself to move that, I think that would be probably appropriate, Councillor.
Thank you so much for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Thank you.
Councillor Perks, I didn't hear the exact language there. Could you email it to me and my staff? I also was mystified with, in the background of Marco's picture, I think that's a Winnie the Pooh poster, and I was just trying to decipher from what era. I think Councillor Carroll was getting a similar kick out of the back.
So
I would like to see Marco sink a Nerf basketball right now.
I apologize. I've taken over my kids' playroom, so that's
Anyway, so why don't, are there any other questions on corporate real estate management from any other members? We'll take it into committee. Okay, seeing none, let's go next on to environment and energy. Councillor Perks.
Hi. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So in the 2020 budget, your office stated that it would produce a set of actions for achieving net zero in 2020. I know that because of the pandemic, some of that work got delayed. If I understand what's in front of us right now, you're not budgeting to introduce those actions this year, but rather in 2022. Have I understood correctly?
We're planning on bringing forward 2 documents to council in 2021. In Q3, we're planning on Q3, Q4, we're planning on bringing forward the net zero strategy itself. But in the summertime, we will be bringing forward a status update on where we are.
Okay, to be very specific, the 2020 budget said that you would be bringing forward actual actions to be implemented in that year. And now, as I understand it, you're bringing forward a plan towards the end of 2021, which means that there won't be budget allocated to implement it in 2021, but rather the implementation actions would happen 2 years later from the original date, which is 2022. Have I understood that correctly?
What I would add to that, Councillor, is that when you look at the city's investment in climate action and resilience, these investments are being made more and more by other divisions and not by EED itself. So we know, and I can give you a little bit of an update on the climate lens if that would help. Because as you know, this was the first year that it was applied, and it was applied on a voluntary basis.
Jim, I just want to understand this
Sure.
one topic, okay?
Sure, no problem.
So,
Okay, so what I wanted to say is that what we identified through the application of the climate lens is 400 projects were identified across the organization that identified investments in either climate action, resilience, or both climate action and resilience. So we know that citywide, internally, there is we are seeing an increase in investment activity on these three things. We know outside, externally, because Transform TO is also citywide, we know that the development community and others are also putting forward their investment strategies in climate action.
okay, to get back to the specific question I asked, the programs that were supposed to be delivered by your department in 2020 are now deferred for implementation, not reporting, but for implementation until 2022. Have I understood that correctly? The net zero programs that your department budgeted to deliver in 2020 will now be delivered in 2022.
Again, I would suggest that the capital programs that we were budgeted to deliver are largely now being delivered by other divisions. The key deliverables we had in 2020 were the net zero strategy, and we continue to work on that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I guess we're going in circles here, so I'll move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions
Sorry, Mr.
on
Chair.
environment and energy? Councillor Layton?
Yes, it sounded to me like our deputy city manager wanted to make a comment just on that last
I
line of
did want
questioning.
to make a comment, I wanted to also talk about the climate that we were in last year. We were in a COVID response climate. We were trying to support the organization. So we did ask Jim's organization to step up and actually help essential service requirements. So we did redeploy them for quite a few months. I just wanted to make sure that we take that into consideration as we're actually looking at the whole scheme of what we've been trying to do in 20 and into 21. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Councillor Layton, for allowing me to do so.
Yes, thank you very much. So back to you, Jim. This is the first time hearing that we're now Q3, Q4 of 2021. I'm desperately going through my old notes to see the last time we met, which we heard the delay was to 2021, and now it's not until the end of 2021. So there's no money in this budget to implement any of the recommendations that would come from that net zero emission strategy report, correct?
I think if you look at the capital budget, Councillor, our capital budget is $192 million higher than what last year over the 10-year period. So in terms of implementing the plan, I do believe there's dollars in there to do that.
But that's implementing our current plan. Now, many elements of the current plan will be in the next plan, I suspect. It just will accelerate them, right? There may be some other directions.
It's an anticipatory plan, yeah.
So how have we accelerated the work that we in the previous plan?
So you're well aware of the heat recovery project going on with Western General Hospital. That's due to be implemented or finalized within the next month or so. We're at the end of that process. We've just started a fairly major study to look at other opportunities to do exactly that in other locations. We continue to talk to our community partners and community groups about what is interest to them. We've got the HELP program. The Greenwill program is up and running now, and we're looking to accelerate that as we move through 21 and into 22. So there's a lot of things going on here, Councillor. And, you know, in terms of the capital that we've deployed with both internally and externally, our use of recoverable debt, that's been very helpful in moving the market forward. Our capital spend rate on that, even last year, was very high. We've got further initiatives in 2021 that we've already got on our book. So we're feeling confident that the market's moving forward and that we're in a position to help them.
Can you review some of those additional programs that will come about in 2021?
Okay, I'll give you one. So well, I'll give you two. We do a lot of work with TCHC, and we helped them finance last year a significant energy efficiency upgrade within their buildings. That project came in $14 million under budget. I think that in 2021, the idea is to use the monies that were left over from last year into renewable energy and electrical storage. So basically there we get a lowering in the greenhouse gas footprint and we get increased efficiency. So we're also supporting our planning group in the rollout of the Toronto Green Standard.
Okay.
Sorry? Another one would be, so I was going to say, another project that we've had a hand in is working with paramedic services with both their buildings. They are looking to put, they're not looking, they will be putting in PV and electrical storage in some of their stations, and they're converting some of their ambulances to hybrid drives. So we've worked with them on designing those initiatives. We've worked with them on attracting federal government financing to support what they're doing.
Now, but those sound like initiatives that would have been underway under the existing climate plan, are they not?
Yeah, these things morph over time. And, I think initially we worked with them on a pilot, but they're moving beyond the pilot now.
Now, Mr. Baxter, though, we're looking, I think that generally speaking, beyond the net zero recommendation was that we would like to see initiatives from the division advance faster. And you'll forgive me, but there's less money going to staffing this year in your budget. And we haven't seen us even achieve the plans that we set out. There were, as your deputy city manager mentioned, exceptional circumstances, I believe, in this past 12 months. But we can't afford to get another year behind. And that's what we're looking at with the proposed budget. There's less people to do work that hasn't yet that is already late to arrive, and without any money for implementation of the next round in this budget, we know we're going to be a full year behind because there's no opportunity for or no resources to advance it any faster. So why is the proposed 2021 budget 2.5 million less than what staff proposed a year ago, especially when we've been unable to, under our current staffing levels, achieve what we wanted to achieve?
That's your last question, Councillor.
Well, 2 comments. First of all, I don't think I necessarily agree that we haven't been able to implement. I think we have seen projects across the organization being delivered. We've also seen huge increases in private sector investment and other levels of government investment in their own facilities across the city. So there are projects all over the city that are supporting Transform TO. In terms of our operating budget, I think as the DCM Shioli just mentioned a few minutes ago, the COVID response on behalf of EED was significant, and we're projecting that the COVID impact will continue. It will persist into 2021. So that's the rationale for the lower budget numbers in 21. But we are anticipating that we will be back to pre-COVID levels in 2022.
I'm going to need a second round of questions, please.
Okay, thank you. First of all, are there any other questions from any other? Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, thank you, Jim Baxter. I know many of your staff were redeployed to other initiatives last year, and I've seen them out in the community doing great work, especially in food security. So thank you for that. Our next Transform TO goal is a 65% reduction of 1990 levels by 2030. I know we like to talk a lot about net zero, but we still have that goal that's quickly approaching. So do we have a plan to meet that target, and is the plan funded?
Yes, the plan is essentially Transform TO. Our role more and more now is one of, I don't want to say advisory, but we are, it's not so much the direct investment, but we're working with other groups to ensure that in their budgets, they have the necessary dollars to both evaluate and implement projects that work towards lower carbon and higher efficiency and resilience. So we're working on that.
So your roles really changed from your roles kind of changed from like policy to like broader implementation across the organization?
Correct. We're more, yes. I would think in the past we would have pilots within our budget that we would finance and we would build out directly. That responsibility, particularly with our own buildings, has moved out to Crown. But we know that other divisions, PF&R, for example, as they build new facilities, they are definitely incorporating the principles of net zero and higher resilience as they build these out.
Okay, so you feel the plan is on track for 2030, but we still have to develop the plan for 2050.
Yes, we do, and we have a lot of work that we need to do for sure. But I think we're on our track. I think we need to make sure that we get the proper support that we need the legitimate support that we need from other levels of government. That is another area that we're working on too.
Okay. So what is the current status of the net zero report? I'm hearing Q3. When can we expect to see it at committee and council?
Well, like I said earlier, I think Q3, Q4 is when we're planning on bringing the net zero strategy to committee and council, and we will be bringing a status update report in Q2.
Okay, great. What are the other major deliverables that you have this year?
The other major deliverable to committee and council is a report on the strategy for retrofits. That will involve conversations about the Green Rail program, the Home Energy Loan Program, our financing support for those, and other things of that ilk.
Okay.
And on top of that, we will be moving forward. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You will be moving forward with.
I was going to say, and in terms of other program initiatives, we continue to consult with community groups. We continue to consult with other supporters of what we do and other developers. We've got a lot of work with the development community in new build. And for the most part, a lot of those are now going low carbon. So, I think a lot of our work is in the field, and we're very active, and we have a lot of projects that are in the books. I think in terms of timing of these are not projects that we can turn around in a matter of months. These things have years of lead time. So they're in the funnel, but in terms of actual implementation, it'll be down the road a few years.
And the federal government just announced in November that, their plans for net zero, but are you monitoring that? Like, are we expecting that there may be a funding stream for that? Or, have you been following that announcement, and what implication might that have for you in your budget?
Yeah, we are following that. We're working very closely with the city manager's office and pursuing any opportunity that we see. At this point in time, through the Green Municipal Fund, we've made application for a funding package of about $15 million to support the Home Energy Loan Program. So yeah, we're when we see opportunities, we will pursue that. We've also applied for and received funding support for smaller projects. I think the Waterfront Neighborhood Center project got an $800,000 grant from FCM as well, for example.
Okay, and then my last question on this is, you do have a budget reduction, but you've said that much of that budget is being moved to other agencies. Do you feel you have enough FTEs for those major deliverables that you've stated for, the net zero report, et cetera? Like, do you feel that you have adequate staff to deliver on that report?
Yes, I think that when you look at the outcome, the major outcome this year for there is the net zero report, and our budget contains the necessary staffing levels to generate that report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other committee members? I know a second round was requested. Councillor Nunziata.
I just have one question, and thank you all the work that you've done in my community. When you talk about new developments, how are we reaching out to the new developments? Like, what is the...
We have a group within EED that does that. They focus on the external development community. Mm-hmm. So they work with communities across the organization. They also work extensively with developers. So it's been that group, for example, that shepherded this project with Noventa and the Toronto Western Hospital on their sewer heat recovery. It's that group that's working with developers and consultants to identify other opportunities. It's that group that actually goes out and deals with community groups across the city. And you've met them because they were out in Mount Dennis a number of years ago,
right,
dealing with the Metrolinx project.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And as you know, with that Metrolinx project, that was a partnership with Hydro as well with that project, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So are you reaching out? Is the planning department, like, you reaching out to the various planning department in the districts as far as new development that's happening?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes,
oh,
we have very close contact with our planning colleagues across the city.
Okay, and that's moving along.
Sure it is. And in terms of new developments, it's actually our group that reviews all new developments from an energy and resilience perspective. So we're tied in directly.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? If not, Councillor Layton, you had indicated a second round, I believe. Okay, so go to Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. So on page 3 of the briefing note, the number of approved grants for community programs is the Eco Roof, Pollinate, Waste Reduction, Neighborhood Climate Action is slated to fall by 50% in 2021 and another 50% in 2020. Why is the number of grants being reduced when climate and environmental action remains as critical as ever?
Well, with respect to, there are 3 major pieces in there. One of them is the pollinator program, and the Pollinate TO program was predicated on an existing fund that hadn't been completely spent a number of years ago. So there was a finite amount of money in that fund, and it will be depleted at the end of this year, or now. There's also a neighborhood community energy grant. Now that one is still in place in 2021, and we're anticipating that we will be looking for an alternative delivery mechanism there. So those dollars will still be there. And the third piece was a waste reduction grant, which we delivered along with solid waste. That was a 3-year pilot, and ended at the end of last year. Went very well.
And how to go?
I think that would be a question better asked of solid waste.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more?
We've already done about. I've got a couple more questions.
Okay.
So let's talk about the climate lens, because I think we're on some confusion about when it's coming and what it is. The climate lens isn't supposed to identify projects that are fighting climate change and reducing greenhouse gases. It's actually quite the opposite. We should be identifying projects that aren't and figuring out how we can make them. So I'm curious about how this climate lens is being used. Are we only flagging projects and we're not in fact doing what its intent was, and to evaluate our decisions, much like the equity lens, evaluate our decisions based on or with climate in mind? So I need some clarity on this.
Okay, I might ask.
I can speak.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. So through the chair, we've taken a phased approach to the climate lens. And so the way it was described earlier is accurate in this first year of rollout. When we actually developed and started implementation back in April and May, so kind of in peak pandemic, it is primarily a tool we're using as a baselining exercise to identify existing projects that have a climate component. However, in parallel to the rollout of that phase 1 baselining exercise, we're also developing a climate lens tool, which does exactly what you just described, Councillor Layton, to allow climate-informed decision-making to happen around investments and policies and programs. And so that tool is currently under development with the intent to roll it out in the next budget cycle.
You just answered my follow-up question. Thank you. We do know that we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 500,000 tons a year to reach our 2030 target, much closer than our 2050. What reduction in emissions will this budget deliver?
Sorry about that.
I can take an initial stab at that response through the chair. So through this first rollout where we've sought to identify projects, it's been a voluntary application of the climate lens. And so for projects where there is an existing attempt to calculate GHG reductions associated with investments. We have some of those numbers, but one of the main learnings from this phase 1 Climate Lens implementation has been the level of training and education and outreach that would be needed, along with tools to support staff across the organization in better understanding the GHG impacts of different investment and policy and program decisions.
So I have one more question, and it's to the city manager, but Linda may be able to answer this too. Have we considered applying policies that incorporate climate and GHGs into our procurement policies?
Chris, if you don't mind, I'm happy to jump in, Councillor, through the chair. This is actually one of our target areas for 2021 within the procurement area. Climate and social procurement are two of the main priorities that we are working on a plan. So happy to report back later in the year, but this is our intention at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. We've been having a few technical challenges here in all that, so I just, with everyone's patience, hopefully we can get through this. Councillor McKelvey is next.
Hi, I just kind of want to make it crystal clear, I think, Linda, what you were saying. Maybe a little clarification. So you were instructed with the climate emergency motion, the net zero motion, to develop an inventory of greenhouse gases. So is that kind of in line with what you were saying with how you're interpreting the climate lens?
Through the chair, Councillor, could you, when you say we were directed to establish an inventory, do you mean
to start monitoring and calculating and all of that? That was all kind of included in there. So is that part of that, so that you can start to quantify? Because that's something that I think we weren't doing a great job of before, right? We had these programs, but we didn't have a kind of across the board GHG calculation calculator.
Absolutely. So I think just to mention through the chair that we do have the existing community-wide and also corporate inventories, which follow international best practices for quantifying the total emissions associated with both the city's operations and also our community-wide emissions. And what we're currently developing are those more project and program-based quantification tools to allow us to compare different investment decisions to understand the relative GHG impacts.
Okay, and then I found the language from that. So it was, we'll explore the feasibility of creating a Toronto carbon budget to aid in the implementation of Transform TO. Is that really kind of what you're speaking about here?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't just kind of explore the feasibility, you actually started it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the next division, which is Fleet Services. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll go right to it. I'm focusing in on backlog in most of the budgets because the operating budgets they're difficult to play with as a result of COVID impacts carrying on. But I want to go to page 16 in the budget notes, because this one really frustrated me. It's stated in the text, and it's even in the table, that we still have a backlog here of 21% of the asset value, which is high. You want to be down in the teens. 10 is ideal, and here the backlog is about vehicle replacement. I recall that we actually added to this budget. We were going to address this, but the note says that we're now not going to do that, that the backlog is going to remain stagnant in the 20s for some years. And I note that the net contribution to this budget, the net budget, if you take out the COVID impacts, is decreasing. So has the policy decision been reversed? We did make a decision we wanted to address this. Has that been reversed?
Lloyd, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Lloyd.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
There,
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, and now I can see you as well. Bonus.
There we go. So yeah, through the chair, Councillor, you're exactly right about the target. We would look to bring that 37 million down by about $20 million to get it under 10%. And no, it's not that a policy decision has been reversed. I think one of the things that my goals is sometimes it's not just about throwing money at a problem. Is another thing that we'd hope to move forward in 2020 was our fleet share initiative, where we can make more collaborative use of the city's assets. So by doing that, we could ideally remove some assets from the fleet, which reduces capital cost as well as maintenance cost, and then apply a more focused effort. So the remaining backlog that you see is primarily driven by a couple of divisions that have some fairly significant competing capital needs.
Oh, okay. So are those larger divisions that should we be, when we're looking at their budgets, be looking at what they're putting in a vehicle replacement reserve?
For sure. So not to throw my colleagues under the bus here.
I just want to be able to, to track it going forward to help them make those decisions. So it's not a judgment.
Yeah, for sure. So our biggest focus, which was planned for 2020, but like a lot of things got kind of paused, is working with forestry and recreation. That is the number one group that we need to focus to bring down their SOGR backlog, because whether it's forestry trucks or lawnmowers, having those old assets really hurts the taxpayer-facing service levels as well as the operating costs and so forth. So absolutely.
Okay.
Definitely.
So that's very interesting, because that's almost never our focus. When we're over reviewing their budget, we look at, well, across all divisions, what is the CFC? What are we contributing to capital? But in Parks and Rec, we look at, and how many of my playscapes in my ward can you produce for me this year? But that asset, which is the numerous vehicles in that division, when we're reviewing that budget, we should be looking at what they're contributing to vehicle replacement as well. Then,
through the chair, you're exactly right. And I mean, in anyone's defense, in their $1 billion plus budget that you focus on things like pools and parks, it's quite easy to lose fleet in there. But delivering any of the services that Parks does without fleet, it's a challenge.
Yeah, so I don't think particularly that's a pretty political division historically, and so it's not really a judgment on them so much as that we probably should be looking at what pressure we place on them, because if in the political wing we're constantly putting pressure on them to deliver the projects, but we stop having adequate vehicles in a state of good repair to actually deliver ops services and the small capital that is often done by ops teams. If they stop having the vehicle assets, they're gonna be unable to deliver in a lot of ways. So the other thing is a formatting thing, and I noticed it here, and then I started looking at others. In the text, I find the true story, and it's you've really outlined it. We had an action plan in 2015. It's now stalled. You hope to improve it in the second 5 years. But I will say this: if people are doing an at a glance on the graph actually doesn't match up to the table underneath it. Visually, it looks like backlog is at 10%, and it's actually going to be at 20% or a little above for the next few years. So it's just a thing to be careful of. And I mentioned this to finance staff as well. Do they look to make sure that those charts are lining up with the text?
Through the chair, yeah, good point. The scale on the graph is a little askew there. Something.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I think it's something that finance staff should maybe look at, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on fleet services?
Yes, just a couple quick ones,
Councillor Layton.
Mr. Budget Chief. To what can we attribute the reduction in downtime of vehicles and the delivery of parts at a faster rate?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I need to, could you clarify your question a bit, Councillor, as far as?
Sure, there's a note in here that we've reduced the downtime of vehicles by 50 to 84% and increased the number of authorized dealers. So we've reduced the downtime of vehicles and parts by 50 to 85%. I know in the past we've highlighted that as being a problem with the contract. I'm wondering what has changed.
For sure, so I completely understand your question. Yeah, it's something that we're actually very proud of. So City of Toronto, and the last piece of the puzzle happened yesterday. A multi-year strategic plan where we have direct agreements with the main manufacturers. Now, the last one was signed yesterday, and that through that procurement, we can get the assets quicker and more cost effectively through a larger dealer network that we can also use for repairs and services. And then the second piece of that, that's the passenger vehicles, is the more complex assets. There are very limited arrangements for dealer servicing, so we're bringing more of that work back in-house and able to turn it around more quickly. So that helps.
So let me clarify that. We're getting better service when we bring it in-house. Interesting. We should review that as being a strategy moving forward rather than outsourcing everything.
Yep, so not to argue with you.
So my other question, Lloyd, is your favorite topic, biodiesel.
Yep.
How's that going?
Well, thanks to you. It's very well, as you know.
Is it actually working? Like, honestly, like are engines freezing up? Are fuel lines breaking? Has the world collapsed as we had thought? Or did our approach that we devised come up with a good solution?
Yeah, we did our due diligence. I didn't want to be the guy responsible for transit buses sitting on the side of the road, because that doesn't go well for career longevity. But no, it's worked really well. A year ago now, we awarded that 7-year plan to move forward with fuel and biodiesel, and it's working well. And yeah, on the environmental side, you're seeing some definite benefits.
Do we know, can quantify? And it sounds like you're getting an email from Mr. Baxter saying, "Hey, like you gotta quantify your climate impact here." Do you have an understanding about how much less petroleum-based diesel would have been used now that we've made the switch? If you could do that calculation, that'd be great, because I'd love to see it.
Yep, absolutely. I could almost do it off the top of my head. So citywide, we use 130 million liters of fuel annually, around 360,000 liters a day. And that plan, depending on the year, is 5% in the coldest months, 10% biodiesel in the shoulder seasons, and 20% there. So if we average that out, we can come up with that number quite quickly. So, and coming up with the quantitative and qualitative benefits on environmental and social is absolutely part of what we do.
I'm going to make a suggestion for you, Lloyd. If you could put that together, I think we could help a lot of other municipalities across Canada, because we're joining a chorus of them. And you'll recall finding reliable data that the sky wasn't going to fall was difficult for us. But we got there. And now we can say, look, we proved the concept. We don't care if all these other small municipalities did it. We're a big guy. We have brought this through. You can do it too. Thanks, Lloyd. That's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor.
I agree. Through the chair, I completely agree. And to your point, Councillor, Mississauga actually piggybacked on what we did. So there's a perfect example of us leading.
Years of me nagging you about that paid off.
Worked out well.
Thank you. Next, I don't see any more questions, so we're going on the Office of the Chief Information Security Officer. Are there questions? Seeing none, we'll go on to technology services. Okay, seeing none, that is that service group presentation finished. Thank you, Josie, and your entire team for all the work that you've been doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So next, members, we will now go on to agency. So we're going to do Create TO. There is no presentation, but are there any questions on the Create TO budget? Okay, that was quick. Seeing none, I appreciate everyone from Create TO who jumped on, but I think the Budget Committee is very satisfied with the budget that you presented. Next, we'll go on to Finance and Treasury Services. We have Office of the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer. Okay, seeing no questions, Office of the Controller. Okay, we'll go on to the last small section. We'll begin with the City Manager's Office. Are there questions? Councillor McKelvey has questions.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. So two questions for the City Manager, both kind of interrelated. We have several kind of cross-departmental, citywide strategies, including that, including the resilience strategy and the report from the Toronto Office of Recovery and Restart. So I guess my question is, how is that being coordinated? Is that through your office, or what are the plans that we can expect on implementation of those two strategies this year?
So through the chair, they are coordinated through my office. Meg Shields and Sandra Rodriguez are the two directors that help senior leadership team implement those strategies. As you know, as it relates to all the work that was identified in TOR and my companion report to the TOR report, I'm reporting back quarterly on all of that work. So not just the recommendations, but other activities that are going on to achieve our commitments. So it is centralized and it is coordinated in the fashion I just said.
And right now, I guess the city still is, 100% focused on the existing pandemic. So, is there a thought then that you're developing plans, you're monitoring the provincial and federal funding situation so that as we come out of the pandemic, you can quickly transition over to Recovery and Restart?
Yeah, through the chair, months ago, actually, it's what led to the creation of the TOR office, is that part of the organization needs to obviously focus on the pandemic and the efforts to bring about vaccines, etc. But we also have to, at the same time, have a mind to the intermediate, longer term recovery and prosperity efforts. And so there's obviously a number of us that have been focused on that as well. So, I wouldn't characterize us as once this is done, the vaccine is administered, that we're now going to turn our mind to recovery, because we've already turned it. And we work nationally with major cities to have direct conversations with the federal government about things such as housing. We talk about transit. We talk about the digital infrastructure. And then, as well as we're working with our colleagues within the GTHA and having discussions with the province. So I think it was really important a long time ago that we had a game plan and that we'd be executing it as we are at the same time dealing with the virus and the rollout of the vaccine.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for striking a balance between those two things, managing the pandemic and getting ready for recovery. I imagine it's not easy, so thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I did have my hand up, and I know that outside councillors are supposed to go later. But
Yeah, I saw your hand up just as I was mentioning her name. So no problem. First of all, any other members have any questions? If not, we can just go over to Councillor Perks. Okay, Councillor, it's all yours.
Thank you. City Manager, my questions have to do with the People and Equity group that report to you. So during the previous presentations from a number of divisions, it's been clear that the intention is to staff up during the year back to pre-COVID levels and so on. And from what I've been trying to keep a running tally, but frankly, it's too much. But it looks to me like we are going to be hiring hundreds, if not thousands of people in order to get our service levels back to where we need them to get to deliver the programs that got stalled because of COVID. But I don't notice any extra resources going into people and equity.
So if I can, through the chair, I know Alma is on the call, so I'll let Alma address that directly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Perks. We are working, we're currently looking at our staffing levels and working with our client divisions to ensure that we have the resources that we need to recruit staff. We're also looking at a number of different process improvements that we can do to make our processes more efficient. But as our colleagues in financial planning and finance and treasury, we are in ongoing conversations with them, and should we determine that there is a need for additional resources, we will be working with them on that.
So, I mean, I appreciate your answer, but I got to say my concern is quite a lot more than that. If you look at the actual budget for your department for 2019, so before COVID, it was 5.5 million in rough numbers, and the proposed base budget for your department for 2021 is 2.2 million, so half. So no, I don't see how have I misread that? I'm looking at the operating budget by service in the city manager's office report.
Okay, so our budget is actually
11.
Yeah. I'm just flipping to page 11. Our operating budget is actually 47 million, so we are a significant portion of the city manager's office budget is for our services.
Sorry, I'm looking at page 11 and I'm misreading that, I guess. Okay. But in any event,
for clarity, through the chair, I believe you might be referring to the revenue line as opposed to the expenditure line.
Yes, revenue. Correct.
I'm looking at table 1, operating budget by service. Okay,
and you're looking at revenue, not expenditure.
There we go. There we go. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, to follow up on your first answer, then, so you said that you're looking at trying to staff up, and you're looking at changing processes, and if you feel you don't have enough to handle what will be the largest group of hirings your department has had to do in a short period of time coming this summer and fall as we try to replace all the positions that were lost during COVID. But you have an allocated budget for that. You'll talk to financial planning later. Is that what I understood your answer to say?
My answer, yes. I think that is the expectation, is that we will work with our colleagues in finance and treasury, and also with our client divisions, to ensure that we have the resources that we need to do the recruitment that's necessary. It's difficult to anticipate, as you can imagine. Some of the recruitments also ebb and flow through the course of the year. So we would be looking at our staffing levels to ensure that we have the staff, and should we require additional staff, we will be working with our colleagues in financial treasury and our division and our client divisions to ensure that we're able to support our divisions in the way that's required. I agree with you that we anticipate that quite a high volume of recruitment, and we've been looking through business process improvements and other arrangements to prepare ourselves for that. But our colleagues in finance and treasury are aware that we might be having additional conversations with them through the course of the year.
So can I just maybe ask Ms. Taylor, procedurally, we're now approving a budget level. We've heard from staff that, they anticipate that there might be a problem with that budget level. Procedurally, will they just go to you and we'll find out through a variance that you had to increase it, or should we give room now?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I'll start and I'll ask Steve to jump in. Through the budget process, the planning process, we have added positions and we have added dollars to people in equity. to anticipate where there are peaks in demands. And so you're looking at a static number. There is a plan in place, but I can ask Steve to elaborate a little bit more.
Thanks. Through the chair, and just to build on Alma's comments, we do appreciate that in some areas there might be a spike in demand for hiring as a result of the impacts of COVID, and the conversations that we're having is where we start to see those spikes in year, and there might be a need for some one-time added staffing to help support that. We will be working closely with people in equity as well as the divisions that require those additional resources to ensure that we have a means to be able to ensure we can move forward on the processes required to hire.
I might need a second round, Mr. Chair, to just nail some of this down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, any other questions from councillors? Councillor Layton, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's just a quick one. There is two things. One, there's an odd revenue line in the Indigenous Affairs Office that's quite small, but it kind of popped in 2019, and it looks like it was unexpected, and then back in 2020, but we don't expect it in 2021. Can you just, it's a small number.
Chair, if Selena is on the call, Selena, could you please answer that question?
Perhaps we could go to Gord's second round, and I think all my questions are of the Indigenous Affairs Office. So,
okay, so why don't we? You can just hold that down until we get them. So why don't we go back and Councillor Perks, you wanted to have some more questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I understood clearly. I thought I heard Ms. Akintan say that there will be a volume unlike anything we've ever had, and they'll be monitoring it. And if there's a problem, she anticipates having conversations with financial planning because there might have to be changes in year. Mr. Conforti's answer, though, said that there's a plan in place. And I'm just trying to understand because, every department has told me they're going to be staffing up mid-year or later in the year, and that's why their budget number doesn't show enough money to cover the whole complement. Is it the case that there is a plan in place and all the resources we need so that people in equity can handle this, or is it the case that we're still trying to figure it out and we're just going to see something in a variance report or a request to council? I just need to understand that.
I mean, through the chair, I can try to answer that, and perhaps Stephen can weigh in as well. We have been having conversations over the last month, a couple of months, with our colleagues in Finance and Treasury, just in anticipation of this. And at the same time, we are doing a lot of work on process improvement. And so it's really hard because we're making changes to how we hire to really predict in advance how much we're going to need. In the past, our strategy has been when there is a surge of hiring, we go out and we hire more people. We're exploring other ways to do things and other partnerships and other ways to disaggregate our process and do it more efficiently. So because we have to see how those things play out in the next couple of months, it's difficult to anticipate what the need will be from a staffing perspective. But like I said, I talked to the city manager about it and also with Stephen Conforti that we're going to track it and we're going to work very closely with them. And the commitment is that we will ensure that they've committed that we will have the resources that we need to ensure that we can meet the demands. But I think that that's the difficulty in anticipating it, certainly through the budget process, because there are a number of variables that are unknown that we're working our way through. But that commitment has been made that we will work together to ensure that our staffing levels do not become an obstacle to division's ability to staff as required. So I ask if Stephen wants to add to that.
Yeah, through the chair. Maybe I'll just add, I think what we've developed and what we've worked on is a process, understanding that it will be somewhat of a fluid situation, that we have a process in place to be able to address this. And to your point, Councillor, any variances from our current plan would have to be reflected through variance reports.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor?
I'm deeply concerned here. Like, we're approving a budget and I'm being told that we don't know that this very critical piece, because literally every department has told us in questions that they are going to have a surge of hirings in the summer and fall. And we don't know what it's going to cost and we aren't budgeting for it now. I'm deeply concerned. And while I appreciate that, financial planning is willing to look at a variance report, I'd rather approve a budget that I knew had adequate resources now. And I don't know what to do about it before I vote on the budget, but I'd really like to have better assurances before I do vote on the budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton, I believe you still had a few questions.
Yes, thank you very much. They're not critical questions because they won't involve a briefing note ask or a change to the budget. But maybe this is probably a question that can go to the city manager. Is it true that the federal government or the provincial government don't contribute to our Indigenous affairs work? I don't see a line item in the revenue for that.
That's an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
That was it.
So is there some... We had... Council, I'm just confirming if you were finished. There seems to be a few technical issues.
I'm finished, yes. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Apologize. Okay, next is legal services. Okay, City Clerk's Office.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Budget Chief. I'm sorry. I have questions of legal services. I didn't realize my camera was off.
Okay, no problem. So let's go back to legal services. Councillor Layton?
Yeah, and I'm just going to bring them up here. They're relatively short. There is a decrease in the number of solicitors that is being put into the budget. Can you explain, given, like, has our situation changed with the number of cases? Is this in a particular division within your within legal services that we're seeing? It's 9 positions if I'm correct. If I'm correct.
So thank you for the question. What we've seen is that thank you for the question. What we have seen over 2020 is that there has been a shift in the type of work, and we have held off filling vacancies. So there is a temporary reduction there. But in 2021, we also have some positions that are funded for capital projects. So they're specifically assigned to those capital projects, and those will be wrapping up.
So those 9 positions were for capital projects that won't be needed anymore.
That's correct. I'm not certain that all 9 of them are actually, but I believe so. And Gavin Bird is on the line. He can correct me if I'm mistaken about that. We do also have a one-time reduction in positions just because we have not filled all of our vacancies because hearings had ceased. But we do anticipate that by mid-year we will have filled those positions, and we've budgeted for that because we expect that there will be more of a business as usual situation regarding tribunal and court proceedings.
Okay.
If I may, Councillor, to your other question, done all 9 positions were solicitors. Some of them were law clerks and conveyancers, and they had to do with the ending of the funding from RER Smart Track. that we hope is renewed at some point during 2021.
Sorry, whose funding was that? That was provincial funding?
That was provincial funding, correct.
So were all 9 related to RER Smart Track?
It was actually a combination of provincial funding as well as city funding that ended at the end of 2020. We did not get to fill all the positions as the work for legal had not commenced in all of it. We were able to absorb some of them. That's also why our revenue is down in 2020, as obviously if it's a position you're recovering revenue for, we didn't recover revenue for a position that wasn't filled.
Well, and Smart Track is so much smaller, we probably need some less lawyers working on it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I believe we have City Clerk's office. Seeing none, no questions for City Clerk's office, we'll go to City Council. Councillor McKelvey.
I know that last year we had moved to hold our salaries. I just want to confirm that is being done through this budget.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Grace Young, who's the deputy clerk's responsible for this area, to answer the question.
Good morning. Councillor McKelvey, would you mind repeating the question? I lost.
Is are our salaries still frozen, the councillors through this year?
The salary is still sorry, did you mean staff salary or councillor salary?
Councillors.
The councillor salary is adjusted for CPI. The CPI assumption is very little. It's about 0.1%.
Okay, so last year we had passed a motion at council to hold our salaries, so that's in effect for this then.
For 2021, we have not frozen the salary yet. It's up to the council to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Okay, on to the last, which is the Office of the Mayor. Okay, that is it, members. Again, first of all, I want to thank all the staff for the work they've been doing over the last 3 days, for all the presentations and all the work. Good for you, it was great. And again, thank you for all the members who have been participating and have been involved in the process. It's important that we have a very open, transparent, accountable process, and I think we have so far. I've just been working with the clerk on the motions, the briefing note request motions. He has requested that we recess till 1 p.m. That will give him enough time to pull everything together. So that was on his request, that we will recess till 1 p.m. It's a little longer than I had anticipated, but again, that's just on the request of clerks. I believe everyone, there's a number of councillors who have given permission to advance circulate them. I have a few motions, so I think everyone, just to let everyone know, once it's all ready, the clerk will advance circulate the motions to everyone who've been involved. So just wanted to let you know that that is in the process, but as soon as he has them, or clerks has them all together, at this point, I think all motions will be advanced circulated to everyone. But we will recess. If there's no other questions, we will recess till 1 p.m. And then hopefully it'll be fairly quickly after that. We'll do all the voting. Okay, thank you. See you at 1 o'clock. We'll be starting in about 3 or 4 minutes, everyone. The clerk is just almost finished here. Just be patient. Hello, we're back. We're all organized here, pretty much. So if, we're going to be voting and speaking on briefing note requests. But again, as this is part of process is for speakers, I will ask if there are any speakers to the item that is before us, which are the presentations. So we'll start with outside councillors. Councillor Perks, if you do want to speak, you have the right and ability. If not, we can move to committee.
Sure, and I'll be very quick, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by acknowledging that Toronto City staff, all the different departments that we've been reviewing, and all the financial planning staff are operating under extraordinary circumstances. And the fact that we have anything that resembles a workable budget in front of us is a remarkable accomplishment. That being said, I do have a concern. And it will be reflected in some of the briefing note requests that I've forwarded to Councillor Layton to put in front of the committee. When we began the work for the TOR report, very much the ethic that we were operating under was to make sure that as we rebuild our services and work to support the effort of the broader community to rebuild Toronto coming out of the pandemic, we can't simply put things back the way they were, but we need to acknowledge the ways that the pandemic has shown us that there are deep problems in our society. The inequitable impacts of COVID, the fact that a number of services, not necessarily Toronto services, but services generally in our healthcare system, strained very quickly and were unable in instances to keep up with things. And the fact that our economy has been so brittle, were all highlighted, as were the lack of some key services, things like childcare, things like housing. We've discovered that those systems don't work. And my hope had been, after the TOR discussion, that the budget that was put in front of us for 2021 would contain the bones of building those new services that the pandemic has shown us we need to deal with things like inequality in our society would be present. While there are some efforts, I cannot look at the budget as currently presented, showing us a path to getting to real childcare, showing us a path to making sure that the public health system is more robust, showing us that we are putting in place the kinds of programs that will create really quality and equity in our society. Many of the briefing notes that I've asked for may give us the basis for doing that, and I hope that going forward, this budget committee and council as a whole are mindful of those larger tasks and mindful of just putting band-aids on the systems that we have isn't adequate and doesn't fit with the vision that council had approved when we discussed the TOR report. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll take it into committee right now, and we'll again ask, I'll be moving a motion first and speaking first, but after that, let me, if I can take a list, we have Councillor McKelvey, Councillor, well, we'll go with Councillor, sorry, let me look at all these numbers here, Councillor Carroll, Layton, and then Bradford. I think we got everybody, 3, 4. Okay, perfect. Okay, I will begin. I do have some briefing note requests that we could put on. But before we do that, again, as Councillor Perks had mentioned, I just want to acknowledge the incredible amount of work that staff, from the city manager to the CFO to Steve and all the way down, as we have had the opportunity to listen to and speak to over the last number of days, and the work that they have done in preparing this year's budget has been incredible. It's an incredible task year over year, but with the challenges that we've had facing COVID and recognizing that, in normal years, you're not really dealing with the in-year budget to the same extent that we have been this year. So a lot of the staff all across the city have been just trying to manage COVID and trying to manage the changes and challenges within the year of 2020. And at the same time, how do you produce a budget for the year after? And it's unbelievably challenging, and we do need to recognize the work that has been happening and with divisions and agencies in managing that. And I just want to thank everybody for that. And again, recognizing as we're moving into 2021, looking at this budget, this is a budget like no other. It is COVID related, and it is based on the experiences we've had with COVID and trying to manage and get out of that. And I think a lot of the divisions have, heads and have mentioned, they're doing the best to give estimates, but it's not 100%. We don't know what is happening over the next couple of weeks, let alone the next couple of months. So they're doing the best under very difficult circumstances to be able to manage and give us, as best as possible, their predictions on where we're going to be going at. But the reality is, they can't be perfect. So I think we have to recognize that as we're putting this year's budget in place. That they may not, when we're looking at service levels, yes, we are maintaining all service levels in this budget, but there are challenges in individual agencies and divisions all across the city in maintaining those services on a day-to-day basis, and I think we have to recognize that as we're looking at the numbers on the sheets compared to what is maybe actually happening down at the street level. But that is a challenge that I think we're going to have to face as we move forward. But again, we will see a budget that is, affordable, that is maintaining services, but recognizing the challenges that we're facing with, with the levels of support we're going to be needing from the other levels of government. But again, it's a budget that I think is responsible, it's affordable, and it's a budget that I think hopefully we'll all be proud of by the time we get through the end of this process. So on that, I will just ask if we could put my briefing note requests up. And so what we'll do is we'll go through the briefing note requests that I put up, and we'll vote on them probably individually if that worked with everybody, and then we'll just scroll down. And I think these may have all been handed out prior. So we'll start with the city manager's office. And I'm not going to read.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry. I apologize. We're going to be voting all of them at the end. So we're not voting on them now. So I'm just introducing them. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. You said I think these have all been handed out in advance. Where would I find those paper lists?
They were advanced circulated, Councillor. So.
But in
So
what
on
way?
they should
Where
be
would
on.
I go to find?
They should be on CMP
Okay,
and on the public website. So I think all councillors have given approval for advanced circulation. So they should be all on those two locations. So mine have been tabled, and we'll vote on them after. Next to speak is Councillor McKelvey.
My first ones are for the city manager briefing requests. There's two that are very similar for both resilience and for Transform TO. Giving the financial distribution amongst all the different departments, I appreciate that these are starting to be things that are cross-departmental, but it's important that we start to total up those investments so that we can track if they are trending up as we all hope they would be. Also is a request to prioritize and align the resources in the city's manager's office to report back on how they're doing that for post-recovery and the rebuild strategy. The second is for economic development and culture, and this is to prepare a budget note on the potential economic impact of $856 million in capital spending, including but not limited to impacts on direct and indirect jobs. We know that we are trying to advocate to other levels of government for this funding, and I think it's very important that they realize the full economic impact of that as they look forward to economic stimulus. There's one for the environment and energy, that the Director of Environment and Energy prepare a budget note on timeline, budget, and full-time equivalents associated with the 2021 reports, including the Transform TO Net Zero report. So this is just so that we understand what is coming through the pipeline this year from energy and environment. The Transit Expansion Office is requesting the status of PTIP 1 and 2 funds, including their allocation, their spend, and their expiration dates, because I do know that some were expiring last year, but were extended until this year. Funding sources for the Transit Expansion Office and a breakdown of their full-time equivalents working on the Eglinton East and Waterfront LRTs. And that is it for my motion. So thank you, and I hope I can get your support on them.
Thank you, Councillor. I think next I had Councillor Carroll to speak.
I just wanted to speak generally on the budget. I'm not moving briefing note requests today. In point of fact, staff anticipated our needs every year and have already created the briefing notes that matter most to me. The one on our capital backlog, that's been the tenor of most of my questions. There's also the briefing note on equity impacts, although it doesn't get as specific as we wanted, and we made that clear in the review, and so there's more work to be done there. But the picture is generally there in the advanced briefing notes that staff created anticipating our needs. And I submit that they're trying to tell us something. We have a problem now that we can't blame on COVID, because it's been the case for the last few years that we have been presented a budget that while it remains affordable for residents, we've kept our property taxes as reasonable as possible. We've made a very little contribution to the base of our budgets, and then kept a city building fund that goes to very specific projects. So it doesn't actually have, although our residents pay it, it doesn't have the impact across the board that they might imagine that it's going to have. It's very specialized. And so what we're being told year after year, pre-COVID and during COVID, is that we are adopting budgets that very clearly set out for us that we are deciding to make our accumulated backlog across all of our assets worse every year. We are investing and investing and investing, but we are investing not enough. So we are going to see our assets replacing vehicles, whether they be non-service vehicles or the kind of vehicles that our residents move in every day. Replacing bricks and mortar so that the service is there. Lease improvements on the places we don't own but spend a lot on every year to be able to deliver services in. All of these things are getting further and further behind. And the reason it's such a focus for me this year is I take to heart that trite phrase that we hear people saying. I think that the TOR report authors said it to us. we're really just at the end of the beginning. The pandemic is really just the beginning of a very difficult decade where we have a lot to do, and other orders of government have a lot of debts and aren't able to help us with it much. They're helping us while the pandemic is on, but I think we're going to see them go pretty quiet when the crisis is beyond us. And so we're going to adopt that budget again, that budget where the backlog lines are going up and the level of service, although we describe it as the same, any resident will tell you it feels a little less every year, those services I expect. And so in doing that, we're setting ourselves up for some very difficult years ahead. And so we can adopt this budget. I'm still worried. I'm waiting to see what motions the budget chair and the mayor may add an executive to help us with some very troubling spots in this budget. If we adopt this budget this year, we must also start the conversation about how we will make ourselves and our city sustainable over the next decade, because it will be up to us. And so I'm not going to order briefing notes that many councillors might not read, but I do implore everyone to read the briefing notes that staff have already created. They're already right there on the agenda. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Layton. I believe you do have some motions.
There's a couple of them. I hope people have it in front of them. Okay, first on the city manager, to the city manager, that a briefing note be prepared on citywide staffing levels over the last 5 years, including staff who have accepted the voluntary separation package and the impact of that on staffing levels. To the current level, the current status of the previously requested commercial parking levy report and potential to implement in 2021. 3, a breakdown of the capital projects that are at risk should the city not receive provincial and financial and federal aid for the 850 million. 4, potential revenue from a luxury home tax with higher rates applied to the municipal and transfer tax of homes worth 2 million or more, and for homes with 3 million or more, including the additional revenues the city would have received annually in the past 5 years. 5, the equity impacts of keeping property taxes at 0.7%, including what assessments of these impact staff to inform the tax rate. I clearly didn't write that one. The additional revenue of how many additional shelter beds, youth spaces, student nutrition program spaces, or childcare subsidies could be delivered in 2021, and if we did a variety of things there. 7, any mechanisms that exempt Toronto residents who have received the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, own a business that's lost revenue in 2020, or have been otherwise impacted by COVID-19 pandemic from paying property taxes above 0.7% in the event that such an increase is levied. City planning, that the chief planner and executive director, city planning, prepare a briefing note on the potential increase in planning fees in 2021 and the financial impact that increasing fees will have on the operating budget. Children's Services, that the city manager, Children's Services, prepare a briefing note on 1, new investments required by all levels of government in 2021 to stabilize the childcare and early years sector for a bunch of pressures, A through E. 2, the current strategy and assumptions on how to achieve growth plan targets and timelines and the resources needed from all levels of government to achieve this plan. On energy and environment, the city manager, director, energy and environment, prepared the following briefing note, detailed the current status of climate emergency declaration commitments that were supposed to be delivered in 2020 and 2021, including, and a list of those. 2, listing climate-related initiatives to be undertaken by each division or agency in 2021, funding amount allocated to each initiative, and if possible, the expected emissions reduction of each of those. Parks, Forestry, and Rec. The general manager, PFR, prepare briefing notes on 1, options to begin funding the Toronto Ravine strategy before 2023. 2, the cost to cover or eliminate the increase in user fees for recreational programs. 3, the cost of providing snow clearing on all parks pathways. 4, the cost of retrofitting park washrooms to be able to operate in winter conditions. 5, the cost, if any, on associated, or if any, are associated with enhanced youth space staff providing online virtual programming in 2021. 6, the inclusion of Barber Hall Park design and Corktown DOLA in this year's capital budget. It's oddly specific for my list, but that's fine. Toronto Public Libraries, that the city librarian in consultation with general manager SDFA prepare a briefing note on the costs, if any, associated with youth hub staff providing online virtual programming for 2021. Municipal licensing and standards, that the executive director of municipal licensing and standards prepare a briefing note that provides a breakdown of the current numbers of staff in non-generalized enforcement units and budgeted staffing increases for those costs, number of staff, and timing of hiring. 2, breakdown of the professional services required in 2021 for external regulations and compliance audit services to ensure compliance of the vehicle for hire and short-term rental bylaw. SDFA, that the executive director, SDFA, prepare briefing notes on 1, how to develop a plan for retasking and allocation of resources on a larger scale from the police budget, such as what has been achieved by the City of Eugene, Oregon's Crisis Assistant Helping Out on the Streets CAHOOTS initiative at around 20% reallocation within the next 2 years. 2, the funding needed to establish an additional city-run community crisis support service pilot, potentially located in an existing facility run by Toronto Paramedic Services for the purpose of launching this service in 2022 with the other 4 pilot areas. 3, community-led initiatives to policing that will make life safer for persons with disabilities, for Black, Indigenous, and racialized community members, for the LGBTQ2S+ community, for people experiencing gender-based violence, and for people with lived experience of mental health issues. 4, what other programs and responses currently being delivered by the Toronto Police could be done by non-police city staff, mental health workers, bylaw enforcement officers, or others, including potential to shifting A, all 911 call center staff, B, responses to calls to homelessness, C, responses to calls for people experiencing mental health issues, D, responses to interventions in gender-based violence, E, response to policing youth, F, traffic management and Vision Zero, and the budget amounts that would move from the police budget to other city divisions. 5, the cost to expanding the Teal Ward's Peace Program in Regent Park and other priority neighborhoods with a prioritized ranking. 6, the status of funding the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy. 7, if the city can transfer responsibility for operating and capital implementation for next generation 911 to an existing or other city division. 8, the consultation with the executive director of the 519, emergency capital repairs needed to address the water penetration and damage coming into the building and reporting back on the quantum needed to address the problems. Again, oddly specific for my list, but in order, all the same. Shelter Support and Housing Administration, that the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration prepare a briefing note on 1, the delays to the St. George Street revitalization project, including the reason for significant cost increases. 2, how many additional hotel units or COVID-safe spaces are needed to accommodate space for everyone sleeping outside and to account for flex space as necessary. 3, barriers to providing new housing units and the steps staff are taking to resolve these challenges, including support or actions that could be taken by other levels of government. 4, what staffing and funding would be necessary to establish the Housing Commissioner's Office by the 4th quarter of 2021.
Councillor, I'm just noticing you're at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm just curious if you're going to be reviewing the rest of it. I just noticing the time here, if that's okay.
I'm almost there.
Okay.
Why don't I just do transportation services and then we go from there?
Okay, that's fine. Appreciate that.
There's a fun one in here, Gary. There's a fun one. I just want to read it out and then I'll stop.
Okay,
the
thank you.
General Manager Transportation Services prepare a briefing note on the capital cost of expanding speed enforcement cameras, the operating funds required to make Cafe TO and Active TO permanent fixtures in the city's budget. 3, the additional high-level estimate costs resulting from the city's transportation infrastructure maintenance backlog. 4, the Gardner East and reconstruction projects that include A, money spent on design and construction of the council approved hybrid option. B, future anticipated costs related to the design and construction of the remaining section of the hybrid option, including life cycle costs. C, if there would be anticipated savings to the city of Toronto, to the city if council changed direction from the hybrid option to the boulevard option, including life cycle costs and any sunk costs that would be lost. D, the implications of the city or provincial projects that could relate to the future of the Gardner East project and construction plans. And E, what, if any, money relating to the Gardner rebuild could have on the city's operating budget. That's all I'll read for now. I know I've taken up 8 minutes of your time. I appreciate the opportunity to bring these forward on behalf of not only myself, but several other colleagues. I do want to thank as well city staff for bringing the budget forward. I think it's the best we could expect under the direction that they were given. But I too, like Councillor Perks and Councillor Carroll, I'm not sure that all the rhetoric around building back better is present in the direction of this budget. I think we've done our best to keep our head above water, which is commendable, but I don't think that's what people expected when we started talking about building back better. And it shouldn't just be on us. It's just we happen to be the level of government that delivers most of the services that people count on a regular basis. So those other levels of government need to step up. And then so do we. And we need to provide some vision and provide some assurance that we see the data that communities are impacted disproportionately across our city, and we're ready to act on them. 2 specific things that I think we should get some clarity about. One is the last motion I raised about the Gardner, and yes, it seems to be a political issue more than anything else, but it's being discussed. But I don't think it's being discussed with all the facts at the table in the public. And while I voted for the boulevard option, I think we need to make sure that everyone is using the same set of facts about what, if any, money it would free up. And secondly, if that money could help us with the 850 million, because I think the money it would free up would be far different than people are talking about out in the general public. And I think and I don't think a lot of people realize that we couldn't use that money to apply to this $850 million shortfall of this budget. Now, the second point, and I know this point is going to be debated at executive next week, is on, thanks, Jennifer. We put actually a lot of work into this, and so I'd appreciate just a couple minutes of time.
Councillor, we are at 11 minutes. I respect that you want to get a lot up, but we are again at over 11 minutes at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, given that our procedural bylaw requires that the councillor read his motions, I'd be willing to move a motion that the councillor be allowed 5 minutes to speak to them.
Okay, Councillor, can I give you, because I can't start the time again, can I give you a few extra minutes to finish? Would that work?
I was just going to raise one point that I don't believe that the budget as presented by the Toronto Police and by STFA properly reflects council's commitment or demonstrates council's commitment to address some of the major concerns that we heard coming from the community around what they wish to see in the future of community safety in the city of Toronto. And therefore, I'm asking for a list of things. I don't think it's a lot to ask for, in particular to the police budget, or other items, and how we might achieve that in a faster way than we currently are. And thank you for the 12 and a half minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next, or last, we'll have Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be a lot shorter. Few motions here. I'm going to start with for economic development, just looking for a briefing note on historically how we funded the different LASSOs, local art service organizations, and approaches that could be taken to ensure that we have a more equitable distribution of those funds going forward. Second, for the fire chief, fire services, looking at changes over the past 5 years in budget allocation for WSIB absences. We heard that those continue to go up, and my understanding is they're looking to address that in 2022. So just some clarity on that with a briefing note. SDFA, looking for some information, the status on the different poll funding sources, with a breakdown of previous projects that have been funded and the plans to receive poll funds in the future. I think that would be helpful. And then for our CFO, lots of folks have been working on the small business file, and obviously we're waiting for the regs to come forward from the province with respect to a new small business property tax subclass. But I'd like some more information, as I know many of us would, what steps and considerations we need to take to be ready to roll on that. That's it from me, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Clerk, we'll begin the voting on the motions. So I think it starts with the motions that I have moved. From there, we'll go to Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Layton, and then Councillor Bradford. So if we can ask for my motions to be up on the screen, and we'll work our way down from top to bottom, of course. If I'm fine to do these as a package, if everybody is agreeable to that. Okay, so why don't we just vote on mine as a package? The City Manager's Office, Children's Services, Social Development, Finance, and Administration. I'll need the screen, please. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll go with motion. So Councillor McKelvey's motions. Do you want to move them individually or as a package? Why don't we just, there's quite a few of them here, so why don't we just go down one by one, if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay, number one.
Vote as a package.
Sorry, Councillor, do you want to vote as a package?
If it helps to know the will of the body, I'm happy to vote on them as a package.
Are there any concerns from any other councillors to vote on this as a package? I'm fine with it. Okay, so why don't we vote on it as a package? All in favor? Okay, hold on, I need to see the screen, unfortunately. This will take a little bit of time, I think. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. So with Councillor Layton's motion, I think we'll vote on that per item, if we could. So again, why don't we just, no, not by section individual, because they're all different. So the first one would be, again, citywide levels over 5 years, number one. No, unless somebody asks for it. Again, I need this. This can be a little confusing here because we need to see the screen. I need to see people voting. I can't see them right now.
Well, I'm happy to vote on them as a package if it makes things easier.
Oh, I know. I just, unfortunately, I do need to. We're not everybody in the room, so it's going to be a little more challenging, unfortunately. So just bear with us.
I guess we'll just have unity in the United States from here on.
Okay. Anyway, all in favor? Part one. So that's City Manager's Office, Part one. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Part two, which is the current status of the commercial parking levy report and potential to implement in 2021. All in favor? Opposed? That loses on a tie. Part three. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, I need to see, sorry, it's a little confused. So all in favor? Opposed?
And is this not redundant?
No, it is not redundant. It has, the clerks have defined it not redundant.
Oh, okay.
So opposed? Okay, that loses.
You don't want to know, you don't want our MPs to know what projects are going to be deferred or delayed or
Said he could do
as a
that.
result?
Unbelievable.
Anyway,
Why would we-
Councillor, there should be no editorial. I appreciate that. Staff have already said they can't even produce this, so let's just please move on. Okay, number
Mr. Chair,
4.
The staff said they could have this. The city manager gave me that assurance at launch and again at budget committee.
Thank you,
Don't
Councillor.
editorialize.
Councillor, you are out of order, please. Count number 4. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 5. All in favor? Sorry, I need to see screen. Opposed? That carries. Number 6. So sorry, just number 6. So it's number 6, not 7, I believe. Yeah, we'll just start with 6. All in favor?
Recorded vote, please. Recorded vote.
So recorded vote has been requested.
There is a recorded vote on part 6 of Councillor Layton's motion under City Manager. All in favor? Councillor Layton? Councillor Carroll? Any opposed? I see Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bradford, Councillor McKelvey, and Councillor Nunziata. Mr. Chair, that loses 4-2.
Thank you. We'll go now to number 7. All in favor? Just give me a sec here, sorry. Opposed? That loses. So next is city planning. There's just one there. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. So now we're on to children's services. There are 2 there. We'll do number 1. We can do all. If we, yeah, we can do. Let's just do 1. It's probably easier. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 2. All in. Hold on. I guess we have to. Okay, number 2, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next is environment and energy. I'm fine if we want to move that. Instead of do 1, we can do both of them at all at the same time, if that's okay with you, Mike. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. We'll do all of them, I guess. Yeah, just all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Toronto Public Library. All in favor? Oh, hold on. Apologize. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. There's 2 for municipal license and standards. We can do both at the same time. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Social Development, Finance, and Administration. If we could do these one at a time, please. Number 1. All in favor? Opposed? That loses on a tie. Number 2. All in favor? Opposed? That also loses on a tie. Going to number 3. All in favor? Opposed? Again, loses on a tie.
I'm sorry, my mic was muted. Could I get a recorded vote on that? On
Number
this
3,
last one?
sure.
Number 4, sorry.
Oh, sorry, so you okay with number 3, so we're on number 4 now?
Yeah.
This is a recorded vote on Councillor Layton's motion under Social Development, Finance, and Administration, Part 4. All in favor? Councillor Layton, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bradford. Any opposed? Councillor Crawford, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor McKelvey. Mr. Chair, that is 3-3, and that loses on a tie.
Okay, sorry, number 5. Did we do number 5? All in favor? Okay, hold on. Sorry about that, folks. Number 5, okay. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 6. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 7. All in favor? Opposed? That loses on a tie. And I think there was a number 8, I believe, which is a new one. All in favor? Hold on. Opposed? That carries. Okay, shelter and service. I would be fine if we did the first three, if that's okay with everyone. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 4.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, okay. Recorded vote has been requested.
This is a recorded vote on Councillor Layton's motion under Shelter Support and Housing Administration, Part 4. All in favor? Councillor Carroll? Councillor Bradford? Councillor Layton? All opposed? Councillor Crawford? Councillor Nunziata? And Councillor McKelvey. Mr. Chair, that is 3-3, and that loses on a tie.
Thank you. We're on to transportation services. I would be, again, with the indulgence of committee, I'd be fine with the first 3 if that's acceptable as a package, or not as a package, but together. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 4.
If we could get a recorded vote on this one, please, I would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No problem.
This is a vote on Councillor Layton's motion under Transportation Services, and this is on Part 4 only. All in favor? Councillor Carroll. Councillor Layton. Any opposed? Councillor Crawford. Councillor Bradford. Councillor McKelvey. And Councillor Nunziata. That is 2-4, and that loses.
Thank you very much. We have 3 more, and they're all Ts. I'd be fine if we moved them all as a package, just to end off this group. If there's no objections. Toronto Employment Services, Toronto Paramedic Services, and TTC. Great. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. And I believe that's everything. No, sorry, we have Councillor Bradford. That's all of Councillor Layton's. Bradford. Yeah. I think we're ending with Councillor Bradford. Councillor, do you want to move these as a package or individually?
That's awesome. Yep, all together is fine.
Okay. So we can just get the motions up. Perfect. Okay. As a package, all of them in favor? Opposed? That carries. I believe we are finished. Oh, okay. I need a motion to defer the item to the January 28th meeting. So the January 20th, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. So the January 28th meeting will be the first wrap-up, of course. Just want to remind members that we are going with public presentations this Monday and Tuesday, 25th and 26th. And then the first wrap-up on the 28th, and I think the second wrap-up is on February 4th. Yeah, I think that's it. Great. So we'll see you. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the time and effort over the last couple of days. And we'll see everybody Monday morning for public presentations, virtually. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir.